Hi, Pops! How's everyone doing? Hope y'all are doing good.
Use.
I am today accompanied by Clay.
This outfit, sure.
Clay is currently farming. But I hope everyone is doing good. Where's still me? Ew.
Actually, how does this armor suit work with the gun?
Alright, now I don't have any more tea.
I have a pet peeve in terms of cosmetics.
Oh.
Where if the weapon is just floating, like
In terms of... Oh, in terms of just on your back?
Yeah, if it's just
floating, I have that same problem with shields.
I have it just with shields and any other like weapon. Basically, if it floats, it's like okay, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's also something that I very much hate. It's also an issue that I had a lot of problems with when I first made Astra. Because Astra used to have longer hair, and the hair would clip through the cloak.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
Angry.
Simply no.
Just no, yeah. I had like several different hairstyles for my character until I found the one that I like the most because it doesn't clip into basically anything.
Yeah, Lunar's also doesn't clip into anything. I have made sure that it doesn't.
Yeah, it's like I spend way too much time on it because it's like if it clips even the slightest bit, I'm like, okay, I need something different.
Yeah, I need to change up Astra's equipment because currently I'm using a wand and a shield. And the wand, it's like, it's double aggravating. The wand clips to the rope and the shield floats. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah, with all the classes that have like two weapon looks, it's like, oh my god, like samurai. Samurai is so annoying when you have the weapon out because the holster, when you're armed, the holster like moves up a little bit, and then when you put it away, it like goes back to where it's supposed to be. And then there was this one outfit I had that was clipped only when I had the sword drawn.
I've never paid attention to that.
It's very subtle. It took me a while for me to even notice it. It's a thing.
I've played Samurai a little bit. I actually on Lunar, the base Samurai outfit looks so good.
Oh, it does.
It just fits so well with the a dark skin aura.
Yeah, I not all weapon skins for Samurai do that. I can just.
It's the very base equipment you get, like the robe. It just suits so well.
Yeah, not all samurai weapons do that, but it was just this one weapon that I had for the longest time for samurai that did that. I was just so annoyed.
Yeah, that sounds infuriating.
I guess I don't have anything to make this thing not float.
Oh yeah, I should probably read out loud, huh? Oglowman goes about devising his plan. We need to see some preparations of our own.
No.
It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover that they're short on armor. To prevent this from happening, I'm going to put together a makeshift communications jamming device. The explanation is like to get a bit technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at a distance via electromagnetic waves. Simply put, voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. Now, Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west has been observed to amplify the self-same energy. Hi, Fig! How are you? Actually, not white? A blue one. No, I don't. I have black, white, purple, and pink. But the pink is like a salmon pink. White is fine? Alright. This is cluster of the corrupted crystal to the west has been observed to amplify the self-same energy. By making use of this property, we should be able to drown out Imperial voices. To ensure that we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent crystals among the cluster. For this, I need you to go there and use this device to take readings. I'll mark the likely places on your map. Oh, and just so you know, plasmoids are drawn to lightning energy. Don't be surprised if you run into a few. Alright, what is your quest? Because I honestly don't remember. Oh yeah, getting the salute. Clean the wax out of yours now, because there's something I want you to do by way of preparation. The plans you have for Intercastrum sent you all decked out in Imperial duds, but a disguise is more than just the clothes you're wearing. You gotta act the part.
It looked fun until I started sprinting with it, and in a moment it just starts floating.
Yeah. At the very least, you need to know how to perform convince an Imperial salute. First impression's everything, as they say.
This one, I guess.
I could teach you the salute myself, of course, but it's best you learn it from the experts. So get yourself near as you dare to cast from Sentry and watch the Imperials doing what they do. But how are you, Fig? I hope you're doing good.
Alright, that gives you XP. Okay, well, I don't even need to level this up anymore.
I think the best way to just level up your Gatherer classes is to do the Maelstrom, or like the Grand Company hand-ins.
Oh yeah, the Grand Company things are so good.
It's just like, it gives you 2 levels a day, basically.
Yeah, then once you start getting like some of the... Yeah, no, you've been to the Morda. Where the Rising Stones is?
Mordona?
Yeah, Mordona.
Yeah.
There's some, once you have a decent enough level with those, you get some quests there.
Oh.
That starts branching out into little events that you can do that offer the same amount of XP, also daily.
Oh, nice.
So you can just stack them.
I'm actually currently in Mordona.
Yeah, it's like the market area. There's this one lady, I believe has a quest at your level.
Interesting.
And then once you start going through expansions, there's other areas that will have a similar deck.
I knew you would.
Have you been to Eldershire?
No, I have not. I would really like to, because my next summoner quest is in the Rwanian hinterlands, and I cannot fucking get there!
Oh my god, the amount of pain.
It's just like, I literally have the quest, I simply cannot access it! Because I can't get there.
So I actually had to progress like a good ways in to, what was it, Stormblood? Because I couldn't do my level 70 ninja quest. Not because I wasn't level 70, it was because the area I had not went to yet. And so I literally had to sit there with the ninja quests just on the marker. And it was like, I could see it on the map, I just can't get to it.
Yeah, the same. I have the same problem with the Summoner quest, because it's at Dravanian Hinterlands, and I can't get to the Dravanian Hinterlands because all access routes to it are blocked off. The gate in the Chocobo Forest is closed, and the access from Kurthus, the cave, is collapsed.
I don't think you're too far off now. Since you just did the vault, but
Yeah, it shouldn't be too far away. At least I hope.
it's really annoying when like not DLC classes, but like the classes that you get in the expansions, and you can do like one quest and then they're off to a region that you would have no access to and have to wait until you get access to the region to even.
Yeah.
Red Mage is like that. Red Mage is like. Actually, no, I guess Red Mage gives you get a 50.
I haven't done a whole lot of Red Mage. My Red Mage is I think level 51.
Okay, yeah, so it is given at level 50. So
Yeah.
never mind on that one. But it's still annoying when you do the level 61 to start off with, and then it immediately goes to like 2 regions over,
Yeah, like Dancer.
and you have to wait just to do the level 61. And by the time I got there, I was already level 63.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
currently
Dancer is
I'm on
bad,
my level 60 summoner quest, and my summoner is close to level 66.
Yeah, and it's just you just don't have access to it.
It's just like, let me do it.
I could literally talk to the person and you decline me still. Oh my god, Dancer is actually the worst in that regard. Because the last one for 70, they're in Gardenia. But the quest actually goes three continents over.
Oh god.
But they're just sitting in New Gardenia. And so every time I went there, I saw the level 70 quest marker, and it's like, I can't do it because they decline me every single time. It's like, it's just like, why did you put it right in my face? Like, no.
Because reasons.
Because it makes you want to go through the story. It's like, yeah, I'm already doing that. You don't need to do that to make me go through the story. Go through the story anyway. It's a good story. It's only gotten better and better, trust me. It's really good.
I mean, yeah,
think-
it's captivating.
I think, despite the heartbreak of what happened yesterday,
They are really good at delivering heartbreak.
oh yeah, but I would say that that point in the story is when it actually becomes like it starts nailing in those factors, because you had it before in Realm Reborn, but it was not nearly as like emotional.
Oh yeah, no, it just gets more and more. It's
Yeah,
like
that's when they
it's
started
like
embracing it.
Noroxia, Onbreda, Nanamo. It's like it just gets worse.
Yeah. Every time it gets better, it gets worse.
Every time you think the thing is, the worst part is I was spoiled on Nanamo's poisoning. Because I curiously had the Heavensward trailer running, and I saw that bin and was like, oh nope, closed it. And I had been dreading that moment ever since I've seen it.
Wait, so you know about it, but do you know the... I can't remember where that is.
I haven't watched the full Heavensward trailer. I've literally closed it the second I saw that. Ah!
Well, no,
Hey, Faye.
Well, no, I guess you've already done that because that's when you go to Corthes is when you...
Oh, the escape from Uldar?
Yeah, you've already done that.
Yes.
Have you had any, like... Actually, no, I take that back. I know when that is. There's some more plot points with those characters, but I don't think that's for a while. See, the issue is, post Heavensward is so like the quest that you do from 60 to 70. Oh wait, no, sorry, not 60 to 70, just that are level 60 up until Stormblood. There's like 104, I think, which is by and large the biggest. Hold on, I already have it.
Well then.
Hold on, let me see. Post Heavensward, all level 60 quests. Oh no, Post Heavensward is 44 quests. And then Heavensward is 94. But it all kind of bleeds into each other. At least for me. Which person? Oh yeah, it's Stormblood. Stormblood has 122.
The expansions just get longer and longer.
Yeah.
But goddamn, it's fun.
Oh, it's so fun. It is.
I hate these stupid frogs.
They are the bane to every. I was going to say new players, but I honestly think they're still annoying to me.
It's like I'm one level away from being 6 level above them, so they stop aggroing me from far away.
Yeah. But
And it's just like,
so annoying that
I
they
walk
just, like,
past them, they're like, come back here! It's like, let me get to where I need to be!
Yeah, because of the radius on it, it's just like they just drag you back into the ditch, like, no, you're not going anywhere.
It's obnoxious. Excellent. Yeah, let me see the numbers.
I have a new least favorite enemy type,
Yeah.
but those are still up there. It's some of the most annoying.
Yes, for these
Especially
crystals
when you get
should...
to, like, variants of it. There's like variants in other regions. It's like, ugh.
Yeah... should suit their purpose.
How could
Though
you
I
make
pray
a
that
thing
we
even worse?
won't have need of their power.
Can't get
I think so, Astra.
How many tombs do I have?
Managed to learn the Imperial Salute? I don't know, best you don't demonstrate. I am liable to fly into a rage and crack skulls. I'll just take your word for it.
I think I have enough. Get full armor set.
You're called Astra Nilnerith, yes? I've heard of your plight from my friend Glaumot. As a fellow adventurer and son of Eorzea both, I would offer you my assistance. Yes, Faye, I see you! In order to infiltrate Castrum Sentry, you and your comrades must disguise yourselves as Imperial soldiers. The question is how to go about acquiring the uniforms and helms.
So one thing that kind of annoys me about the tombstone armor is it makes sense, but each region's shop doesn't update when you get new ones.
Oh, so you have to go to the newest one to get it?
Yeah, I have to go to the newest region to get to level 71. I have to go to the region in Heavensward to get the level 61s. None of the previous ones update.
Yeah, well, I guess it also kind of it makes sense though because so you can get the other ones need for cosmetic purposes or just collecting.
It makes sense. I'm not denying that. It's just really annoying.
Yeah.
Because it's like I have characters that are 60, 50, well, 60 and 70, so it's like I have to go back and forth whenever I'm going to get tombstones.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not the end of the world, it's just inconvenience. Where's my...
There are places a man might purchase them, but individuals who deal in such wares are not the sort to whom you would entrust your secrets. It would be more prudent, I believe, to procure what you need via traditional means.
A scholar.
From the bodies of their recently deceased owners. The fortified area before Castrum Sentry never lacks for Imperial patrols. It ought not take long to obtain 3 sets of gear, 1 for each member of the infiltration team. Big, Swedge, and yourself. When you have what you need, please return here and allow me to inspect the spoils. Time to beat some ass. It is so weird switching from a DPS class to a healer class. My damage is just non-existent.
It's like, wait, I don't hit. I hit different.
It's like, I hit you, but it doesn't seem to affect you.
Oh my goodness, when you... basically ever since, like, whenever I got a new level cap, or in this case, like a new expansion limit, so like level 60, level 70, I've always tried to keep my characters somewhat close together.
Send me some pics of Loki.
And it's whiplash to go from DPS, healer, and tank.
Nice.
All the same day, because you're trying to level up all 3 of those at the same time, but just having to switch between those is like because I go in sometimes like, oh, I'm a DPS, and it's like, oh wait, I'm a healer. I forget which one does which.
It's adorable. Such a well-behaved boy today. Nice. Got an hour and a half with him today, since I'm gonna see him for about a week and a half. Ah, fair enough. You're not in defender stance. That's what's happening.
Out of curiosity, your Chocobo is a tank?
Yes, my Chocobo is a tank.
Okay, I was just watching it, yeah, he does keeps the aggro.
It is the purpose of my Chocobo.
I honestly need to reset mine because mine's just all over the place.
Fair enough.
Like, it's not a good healer, it's a decent tank and does decent damage, but it's like, it doesn't specialize in anything.
I assume Chocobos don't level up past level 10 then.
No, they do.
They do?
It's just they don't level up. Like, you have to train them, which is one thing that you get from like a house or something. Is like chocobo stables.
I see.
Yeah, and then you have to have a certain item to train them with for them to get a new level cap.
Gotcha.
Like mine is currently locked at level 12.
I don't think my Chocobo on Lunar is max level yet either. I think I'm like halfway away from level 10.
Oh, it's like character XP growth is one thing, but Chocobo XP growth is like slow.
The thing is, I don't really use my Chocobo all that often on Lunar either.
Yeah, because
on Astra that's a whole different story because the Chocobo is just extra damage.
Yeah.
On Lunar, unless I'm fighting like something really big, I usually don't need it.
And sometimes it could like hinder what you're trying to do. There's I was doing a Beast Tribe quest where I wasn't supposed to kill them. I was to capture them.
Oh,
And
yeah. Yeah,
Chocobo
I've run
would
into that
always get in the
before.
way of that. Or my favorite, even though it didn't really affect me that much, it was just funny, is when they were captured, they still sat there.
Oh yeah,
and
they
like
still aggro onto it. What you can just do
they still
is
just aggro on
what you can
that
just
one
do
guy.
is use the follow command
Yeah,
to draw its
it's
aggro
just
away.
so funny when they just attack a guy that's already down.
It's just like, I'ma murder you!
Why can't I kill you?
I will stare you to death.
So it's like I more often than not, I do not have my Chocobo active anymore. But it is helpful when you're doing like a fate solo.
Yeah, it's like for the boss fates is usually when I use the Chocobo.
Yeah, because it's just another person at that point, basically.
Yeah. Especially if it's like one of the bigger bosses that just need the Chocobo to tank.
Yeah. I'm gonna start my 63 quest. So I know yesterday there was the realization of Dark Knights and Marauders for you.
Huh?
Dark Knights and Marauders.
The bane of my existence?
Yeah, I was just gonna make the comment of I'm not sure how many classes you have done so far, but it's very ironic that Dark Knight is probably the best, if not the best class line for the story.
I mean, from what I know, they don't scale down very well. Because they just lose access to all their good spells. Basically just what I've been told.
What, from Dark Knight?
Yeah. When they get level synced down.
Oh, well, yeah. I more so meant in terms of the story of the actual characters and...
Oh yeah, no, I haven't done any terms of Dark Knight story, but I kind of imagine that it's not necessarily one of the righteous ones.
No, but it's also great for that reason because it has so many layers to it.
But yeah, in terms of characters, I think I've done all the DPS classes. I haven't done the full extent of them. But I've done most of them.
Up to what, level 50, 60?
No, not all of them. I have the majority up to level 40-ish.
Okay.
With the exception of, I believe, Thaumaturge and Pugilist. I think those are the only two I don't have above 30-ish.
We're pugilists, man. Everyone I know that doesn't have a pugilist.
I've been thinking about like actually getting Pugilist up, but
It's just so funny how many people I've known that just like, yeah, no, not playing pugilist, not touching it.
I'm not opposed to it. Just another class to level. And then in terms of a healer, I've only done White Mage and Scholar.
Well, to be fair, those are well, you have access to astrologists, I think, now. But...
Yeah, I have access to Astrology on Lunar, but I'm doing that on Astra.
Yeah, so you have...
And then Astra is also gonna be a de facto tank, so I'm gonna do Paladin on Astra.
Makes sense. Considering 2 out of the 4 options are gone.
Yeah, Marauder and Dark Knight. Well, Dark Knight just doesn't fit Astra's style. Because Astra is all about the, like, light portion of the two.
I mean, that makes sense. That's fair.
So, White Mage and Paladin are the obvious choice. And then Astrologian purely for the namesake.
Oh, no, Astrologist is so fun.
I really do want to do Astrologian, because from what I've seen when I've had one on team, they seem really fun to play.
It's all just about like drawing like tarot cards, basically.
Yep, that's what I figured.
And it's like each of the cards has different effects. So if you play it on like a healer or a ranged DPS, they get like a +6.
Yeah, it's like a damage buff or a heal buff or like.
And then each of those cards
extra
have their own
health and
symbol,
whatnot.
and you could combine them to make combinations.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It seems really interesting and very in depth.
It is very in depth, but it is really fun because like you can like, for example, if you draw a card and then you're like, I don't really want this card. It doesn't really suit anyone. You could redraw it at certain points.
Fair enough.
You could.
I also do really.
You could recycle it.
I wasn't really a huge fan of Scholar because I felt like I was really not in control of the healing till level 50. But after level 50, having done like all the level 50 quests and whatnot, up to level 60, it's actually not bad. I actually quite like it.
You get a whole bunch more like actually control over what you feel.
With that it feels you have a lot more control over the healing that you're doing.
Yeah,
instead of just being all over the place.
Yeah, and you do actually get some more too as like level 72.
Yeah, I do quite like Scholar as well, which is basically just what I play on Lunar if I don't play DPS.
Yeah, Scholar has been my is my de facto healer. I want to get my astrologist up, but it's still level 60. So.
It's also just convenient because it levels up alongside Summoner.
Yeah, that too. It was just so easy to level those two up
It's just convenient.
It's so convenient. I'm kind of a little miffed that we don't have another class that does that. That it would just be so...
Yeah, I guess there isn't another class that splits into 2 separate classes.
Nope. It's only Thaumaturs. Which is really weird
Or
to
Arcanists.
think about. Oh yeah, no, Thaumaturge is Black Mage.
Thaumaturge is Black Mage, yeah. I suppose if they were to make another class that does that, they would have to add another base class. Because doing that with any other class, they would have to start without a Soulstone.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that wouldn't work.
I do know that the director and lead designer of this game has said that, like, obviously they're making more expansions.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
It's not just Endwalker, but he said that he and his team were developing a new like FF Final Fantasy class for the next expansion altogether,
Ooh.
like a whole brand new concept. So, which I guess when you really think about it, he did kind of include all the standard FF classes already.
See, this is the first time I've played a Final Fantasy game.
I mean, that is entirely fair. And it's actually really ingenious that they made an MMO about a game that's normally a single player story.
Yeah,
because
it gives
game,
it leaves the world more alive,
and it also is a matter of like it,
and it builds universe.
It builds universe, and it's also like it. What was it gonna? There was a builds universe. There's something I was gonna add to that. Oh, it's not full MMO. It actually is mostly. Whereas like other MMOs are just the story is second to the gameplay and everything. This one actually feels like it's.
Yeah, this one puts story first, and that is beautiful.
Yeah.
That is basically the issue I have with most other MMOs I've tried in the past. It's just like, the story is boring as ass. I have no reason to play it.
The gameplay might be fun, but it's like not enough to keep me around.
Yep.
But this is like it actually just it keeps me entrained in both ways.
It's like, I have that issue with New World. The story is just horribly, just not captivating. It feels so detached from everything else. Like, the gameplay is really fun because I really like the Souls like take on an MMO. But it's just
Yeah, it's just too many MMOs. To me, at least, I need both gameplay and story for it to.
Yeah,
really...
it's just like when the gameplay is great and there is a story to keep you interested, that is the recipe you need to go with. Because like one doesn't work without the other. If the gameplay is horrible, the story can be just fantastic, but nobody's gonna play it because it's asked to play. And if your gameplay is fantastic, but the story is horrible, nobody's gonna have any interest. They play it for like a day or two just to have fun with the gameplay and then never come back to it.
Yeah. So they did a really smart thing with doing that.
So yeah, this is honestly probably the most fun MMO I've played.
It is definitely for me, and I've played a lot because my older brother has a habit of playing a new MMO for like a month, not even a month, a couple weeks, and then giving up on it, leaving me either invested in it or not invested in it. And it just happens so much up until recently, but nowadays he plays WoW, and it's like I don't want to play WoW.
Let's see, what other MMOs have I played? I've played Elder Scrolls Online, which the story is just very detached.
Yeah.
It's like it's interesting, but at the same time, the step down they took from Skyrim makes it just that much worse.
Yeah.
Because, like, not only did it tank in quality, just storytelling, character design, versatility.
Just everything.
It's like everything went down the hill with Elder Scrolls Online. Then what else have I played? I've played Guild Wars 2 with a friend, which I don't know, I've never really gotten into. I don't even remember anything about it, if I'm perfectly honest. That is how well it passed me by. Yeah, and then the other MMO I've played is New World, which I don't think I've ever really gotten into any depth of the story. There's just nothing to keep me around.
So, just
Like,
off the top of my head,
I really like the
WoW.
combat in World, but like it's not the typic of just like you have your hotbars and cast spells kind of combat, because it's actually like Souls type combat.
Well, it does make it more unique, but
Yeah, because like instead you have your like normal melee combos or your ranged attacks, and then you have like one or two spells that you can use in tandem with it. And like it makes the combat feel more alive instead of just standing there and going through your spell rotation. Because you actually didn't have to dodge attacks and whatnot. Like use your dodge roll, use your blocks, and everything.
Yeah.
Like it plays like a mix between Dark Souls and an MMO.
which sounds really fun.
It's like the gameplay is fantastic. The story is just not there. There's nothing to apply it to. But yeah, you were saying.
I was just, I know there's more because my brother and his best friend played so many, and they tried to get me to play some of them, but like the earliest one I can remember back in the day was Maple Story, and
Heard of it, I believe.
it goes up and down in popularity, but
I think
Maple
I've heard mention of
Story,
it at some point.
Grand Chase, obviously WoW, New World.
Oh, RuneScape. RuneScape is another one.
I did not play RuneScape. I watched people.
I've
play
played
RuneScape,
the was it the reboot, the remaster, whatever the fuck it was?
but all I know is it makes people lose their minds.
Yeah, I've played it for like an hour or two maybe, just kind of taking a look at it. It really depends on the style of
But
MMO.
yeah, FF14 was actually the one that I stuck with.
Because like with
Okay, no, I take that back. I stuck with it when he stuck with it because normally he picks it up and then drops it later. But he was really invested in
Fair.
FF14. It was like, you should play this, and so I'm like, okay, I'll play this. But then I got hooked on it. But I remember there was a time a couple years ago. They were like, "Oh, there's this new Maple Story class. We should all get back into it, just like the old days. It'll be great." And I was like, "Okay, it's been several years since the last time we tried to play it. Let's give it a try." And I can remember I got to like level 220, which is several days of hours to get to that point. And my brother and his friend had already stopped playing, and so I was stuck alone doing like the high level raids at level 220, and I was just like, this is why I don't listen to him most of the time.
Fair.
It always ends in something of that nature. To be fair, I was not when we were younger and I first got into Maple Story with them. I was the one that did that, where I got to a high level and just quit while they were already higher and doing some of the other stuff. But it's just funny how the roles reverse as time goes on.
Yeah.
Chocobos are moving.
Yeah. That they are. Hi, Solar. You had to mention it.
I just looked over on the right of my monitor and I saw him.
Give me 1 second. But yeah, what I was saying, Faye. It really depends on the type of MMO, because from what I've seen of WoW, for example, I can very much see that being the case. Like I was saying, New World has a more Souls-type combat where you actually dodge and move and use your weapons more, other than just spells and skills. And you have like two or three spell slots to just use. Diablo, I've never really played. Whereas this, I feel like even though you basically just have your spells that you use standing still, the spells interact in a way with each other that actually makes you... It's less mindless spamming and actually paying attention to what spells you're using, which keeps it more engaged. So it doesn't feel like just mindless spell spamming. At least it's my experience with it. Diablo 3. I've played a Diablo game. I don't remember which one though. Was it Diablo 3? Might be. The art style looks familiar. Yeah, it might be Diablo 3 that I've played. That looks familiar. Yeah, I think I've played Diablo 3 before. Right. Good at getting the Imperial duds. You'll be pleased to hear I ain't been idle myself. It took me long enough, but I finally hatched a plan to get us a suit of Magitech armor. Now, from what I've seen, Castrum Sentry deploys a Reaper for most of its patrols. Trouble is, the patrols themselves are irregular, meaning random roads and random deployments, and hardly any of them come anywhere near Reverend's toll. So hoping to coax the Imperials out of their shells, I took the liberty of feeding them a bit of false intelligence. Told him insurgents had designs on their stronghold. Staying far from the truth, now I come to think of it. Anyway, we should start seeing more patrols than we have up until now. What you need to do is approach one of these patrols dressed up in your shiny tin suit and alert him to an enemy's presence. Having done that, you'll want to lure him as near to Reverend's Toll as you can. Like as not, though, they'll be wary of venturing far from their own walls. If they do need a bit of extra encouragement, use the smoke signal here. Use the smoke signal here, glitched fresh from an Imperial scout. They'll come running in when they see that, and when the cavalry arrives, you hit them hard and make off with their Reaper. Simple as that. If I ain't mistaken, there's a patrol sweep in the perimeter right now, so run along, eh? Oh, and don't forget to salute. I shan't. But yeah, in terms of just mindless spell spamming, I really like this a lot more. Because I'm usually also not that kind of person that just because a full hotbar of this is very overwhelming. But the way it's introducing it, I really like it. You suck. Yeah, don't mind me. There we go. Yes. So do you have a solution? You can wave goodbye to that promotion right now. Oh, wrong command. Carry on, soldier. Insurgent carrying through the east, you say? Judging by your description, they are well beyond the perimeter, but I will not have it said that I was remiss. You return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should aught go awry, use your smoke signal to call us. I shall, don't you worry. Would you leave me be? Right, I had different pants on though because those the correct ones? And because they are too short. I need the rest of my white mage outfit first. Is my bot active at all? Bot, are you alive? Yeah, why are you not sending messages? Odd. Odd, odd. I know the bot was just being weird. It's not sending its usual timer messages for some reason. I hope you don't mind me joining. Seeing as we're seizing advanced weaponry, I thought it best to be on hand. There she is. Is the place, but where's the enemy? Sir, over there. Send the Reaper. Let us make an example of these insurgents. There's a lot of people. Okay, you guys die first. Actually, these guys basically just die from the... They just die from the arrow. Ow. Ah! No space to dodge. I see that thunder. Hi, Patty. How are you? Would you rather I make it a bit redeem? Because then it won't show up immediately. Because I can add a delay to it showing up as a bit redeem. Fucking just leaving for the juice. Like, I can add it as a bit redeem because I can add a delay to the bit redeem before it gives me the notification in chat. I can't do that to the channel points, unfortunately. Last are our very own suit of Magitech armor. Not wishing to look a gift chocobo in the beak, it does seem rather the worse for wear, doesn't it? Biggs, Wedge, what's your honest assessment? Well, there's the fact that she's smoking, of course, but looking past that, I'd say she was structurally sound. I don't like the way these legs are buckled. I hate to say this, but the servo mechanism might be damaged. But those... aren't those things protected by elm-thick armor plate? Yes. They are, yes. It's odd. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. Well, whether it is... whatever it is we're dealing with, we're not resting till it's fixed. Now, 1 week of sleep. You got that, Wedge? Oh. Karchikabo. I heard that. All has been set aside for our use in Reverend's Tomb. That's while we carry out the repairs. Look for us near Astra. You can also just see the difference between the cutscenes in like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward.
Oh yeah, because it's not as like static.
It's like the character, like the player character has so much more emotion.
Oh yeah, they definitely learned how to use the engine better.
It's just like, especially like you could see that, especially in Harshafon's death scene.
Yeah.
The character livens up so much.
Oh yeah, they get more and more confident in what they're doing as time goes on. But it's so.
It's like it goes from a smile and nod to like into it.
Yeah.
Which makes that death scene hurt that much more.
Yep. So much more.
It hurts. It just hurts.
There's so many more feels for that. Hit her down. want to spend this on anything. I don't like any of this.
Sick.
Take back that space.
Somebody's got points to spend. I can't angle the camera high up enough. You can see it. And community pets. Community pets for the best community in the world. And thank you all very much for being here. So I very much appreciate you all being here and spending your time with me. Taking the time out of your day to sit here and chat with me, in company. For that, I am very thankful. At 30k FAK now. You know, there's a 250,000 redeemed for VIP. Magitech armor. Sid and the others took it inside. Go in and join them. So far, the only person that has redeemed it is Patty. We've now had time to take a closer look at the Reaper. Our preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. You needn't worry, though. Biggs and Wedge will see her restored to her former glory in no time at all. Give those who something to mend, and they will think of naught else till the job is done. It's a marvelous thing to behold, provided you remind them to visit the Privy. 250k is your goal. I don't know how long it took Patty to get there, but it was a while. I think, actually, let me see. How much do Oh yeah, no, that does work. I just mathed it wrong. It's 5,000, so you get about 5,280 points per 24 hours. That is without the sub bonus. So so it'd take you about 47 days of straight watching to get that. which is like I stream usually like, well, actually at the moment I'm mostly like 5 hours. So if we take the 220 times 5 instead of 20, then yes. So at normal rates, saying 5 hours a day, it would take 227 days. That is to say, subs get double points. So with this, with an active sub, it would take 113 days. or about 3.5 months. So the people that have it earned it. They definitely have earned it. The repairs are proceeding apace. It shouldn't be long now before Biggs and Wedge complete their work. There is, however, one small problem. As you may recall, the machinist servo mechanism was discovered to be faulty, which is subsequently ascertained that the magic core which drives it is worn beyond use. Such cores are rather fragile devices, which must be replaced at regular intervals. Thanks to the negligence of our Imperial colleagues, however, the one use in this Reaper was long overdue. Give me one moment. Demon, do I even want to ask? Alas, we do not have access to a ready replacement here in Modona. But all is not lost, which thinks he may have identified an alternative solution. Go and see him, would you? He'll explain the details to you. At the end of the flight, it disconnected from it and floated down past it was Oh no, that sounds horrible. I believe the chief already informed you the Magitech core is worn beyond use. We need to find a replacement. I thought about having you appropriate more Reapers, but even if the Dunderhead maintenance engineers in Castrum Sentry had remembered to replace their cores, we would risk arousing Imperial suspicion. But do not despair, for I believe there is a solution. To substitute the Magitech core with a Mammoth Heart. In case you don't know, a Mammoth Heart can be used to grant sentience to an automaton. By my reckoning, such a device should be more than capable of regulating the armor server mechanism. We'll just need to make some minor modifications to the housing unit. I've already placed an order for a first-rate Mammoth Heart with the Goldsmith's Guild. All that remains is for someone to go to Ul'dah and collect it. Oh, and pay for it. Ahem. Did I mention how much they cost? No? Well, they typically cost something in the order of, I hope you don't mind footing the bill. It's for a good cause. Sure. No, I still refuse to wear these. I also hate that shield. Ah, whatever. Oh, actually, Clay, funny thing. You see my stream?
Yep.
He is here, 24/7.
Just that same guy.
Yep. Whenever he is not there, all hell breaks loose here.
That is actually incredible.
If he is not there and you see him not standing there, that is like a bad omen.
You just turn around and go to... That is amazing. I really...
It's like any time you will run up the stairs in Ul'dah, you will see him standing there.
Oh my god, I'm gonna make that a daily thing now.
I've actually... the screen.
Because that is amazing.
There, that is the biggest I have seen coming into Ul'dah.
Oh man.
And you know what's terrifying about that? They are all in sync.
Oh. Yeah, that's actually terrifying. I could not imagine rolling up to a new town and seeing that.
It's just like, you see this and you're like, what is happening?
It's just... I mean, that's a good thing about MF14. You just have moments like that where people just...
Yeah,
drop everything.
it's usually like you have this at least on this world, you have it in each city. Actually, in Gridania, I don't think has anything, but here in Ul'dah, you definitely you have the Pope standing there dancing 24/7.
It's in the world that I was in. There was always the same band playing at Limsa.
That's fair. But yeah, in Limsa and Gridania, you usually have the bards standing around the Aetheryte Plaza. And then in Limsa, you also have this squad of the tiger race just basically standing at the entrance to the market area doing squats, just all in sync and half naked.
Yeah, as they would do.
Like those are the two things that you will see consistently running around. They're like built-in traditions.
Oh, in Limsa, it's probably the same thing here, but in the Limsa, like in my world, it was quite literally the extent of kinky roleplay constantly in the chat. So they quite literally would have exchanges that were.
Well, Fig, complete naked doesn't work.
That were basically BDSM. Constantly.
Fair. I have seen that, like, the people in the cities do, like, their club advertisements and whatnot. When they have, like DJ nights and everything.
Oh, yeah, no, but there's literally people around the Aetheryte Crystal doing it.
Yeah, and I've usually seen, people be like, yeah, these are 18 plus role plays.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah. I must be here on behalf of Garland Ironworks. I've taken liberty of picking the finest example we have. A heart fit for a prince among mammoths. Payment? Oh, that won't be necessary. The heart is for Master Alfino's personal use after all. He notified us a short while ago that his servant would be coming to collect it. Tender in years though he may be, Master Alfino has been a benefactor of ours since my predecessor's time. The Goldsmiths Guild wouldn't dream of charging him. But here's the mammoth heart. May it serve you well. Oh, and please do pass my compliments to your master. I think I'm completely naked? Not yet, still at work. Let's get home, it's a different story. Turn your camera off! Well, goddamn, demon, goddamn. Welcome to my chat.
I was gonna make a comment. But I figured that was just easier.
See, you turn the camera off, people mention that they can't see you. Exactly. Because we know you're doing shit. Are you sure, demon? You have the mammoth heart. Can't wait to see if it works. Don't tell people your secrets. Thank you so much. But this is magnificent. It must have cost an emperor's ransom. Free of charge, courtesy of Alfino. Coming from an influential family certainly has its advantages. Without further ado, let's give it a try. I've already modified the housing unit, so it should slot right in. There, she's ready. Magitek armor, engage! Or not. Ha 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 ha. She just needs a loving tap, I'll wager. She's alive! Let's take her outside and put her through her paces. Astra, would you care to do the honors? After work. Alright, Faye, stay safe. Talk to you later. We all know you're sucking on ice cream, Skig. We all know. Hop into the pilot seat. We'll begin as soon as you're ready. Where's it like you to try and climb the tangle of crystals yonder? As far up as you can go, if you please. Oh, and if for some reason you need to dismount, simply come back here and we'll start again. I have a picture of it, it's fine. And I'm pretty sure I also have a clip of it. No anomalous movements evident from either leg. Good. Next, jump back down and sprint north, quickly as you can. Oh, this way. I mean, yes, you have that on your soundboard. Tech Jones is absorbing all impact without incident. Excellent. Please make your way back, Astra. Fuck you. The roster remains stable during vigorous motions. Excellent. And that concludes our test. Thank you for your cooperation. Here's a summary of my findings. The drivetrain is in sound condition. With some fine-tuning, we can expect a noticeable improvement in performance. As for the servo mechanism, I'm afraid it's not nearly as responsive as it should be. I'm at a loss to explain why. The mammoth heart is in pristine condition and should be installed correctly. Perhaps its inner workings are simply too different to operate harmoniously with the armor's other mechanisms. Whereas magnetic cores serve only to conduct impulses, mammoth hearts enable automata to process the information collected by the sensors as feelings! Maybe she just doesn't feel like part of the team. In which case, we should all do our best to make you feel welcome. Yes. Have to hide from stream if I'm around. Like. Daft as it felt, I gave it my best. I welcomed myself to a bloody standstill. What were you expecting to do it anyway? Baba as a courtesy? Click. No doubt you're wondering why the servo mechanism is so important as to warrant this silliness. Without it, the pilot would be required to control the armor's every movement manually. That would be an onerous task for the best at the best of times, and wholly impractical during battle. I mean... Using a mammoth heart in place of the worn magnetic core seemed a promising solution. Alas, the device does not appear to be compatible with Garlean technology. Which, are there no other ways we might demonstrate our appreciation to our friend here? I'm at my wit's end, Chief. She just doesn't seem convinced. We could try a little dance, perhaps, or cheer our heads off. Heroes, they've come for the armor. Damn it. They have us cornered. There's the Reaper. Taken by the traitor Garland and that Icon Slayer. Oh, bollocks. Call for reinforcements. No, you don't. Else you will. We've located the stolen Reaper, requesting immediate assistance. Respond. Respond. No use, sir. There's some sort of interference. Curse you, Garland. No matter. If we can't reclaim it, destroy it. Bloody hells. Astra, protect the armor at all costs. Let's go. Stop hitting the armor. Oh, wrong one. Yes, keep him away from Maggie. Oh, Legion doesn't work. Okay. Can I not heal it at all then? Okay. Wrong button. I'm trying to click on you. There we go. Huzzah! We have a working Magitek armor! Chief, look! She moved! And now she designs to grace us with her presence. Took us a good while, but we're finally ready. It's time to infiltrate Castrum's sentry and rescue our comrades. Let's go. There's the finishing touch. Oh, actually, yeah, another Destiny I forgot about. Maggie! Or supposed death scene. The Magitek armor.
Well, no, not Maggie. Like, gets repaired, I think.
Well, yeah, because Maggie is the armor that carries you out of the castrum after you defeat La Habrea. But Maggie gets quote-unquote destroyed in the process to getting through Castrum Meridianum. From charging the shot to break the blast door. That was also one of the scenes. Said to make some apple pie while getting the juice. Nice. What juice do you have? Servo mechanism is now fully functional, and all it took was a simple fight to the death. Remind me not to install a mehmet hard aboard the Enterprise, would you? Much as I love her, I would rather not be required to profess it before boarding. But enough of that. Let us see to our final preparations. Orange? Ooh, nice. Thanks to Biggs and Wedge, the Reaper is as good as new. We're as prepared as we are like to get. And the apple pie. That sounds really good, though. I got your preparations, Astra. We leave as soon as you're ready. Glowmond, you came. Aye, though I'd give you all a roaring send-off, 'tis best I can do for the fine men and women that are about to make my lifelong wish come true. Well, we'll do our best. It occurs to me, for all the help you've afforded us, we know little and less about you. What did the Empire do to earn your ire? But I fear I've put curiosity before consideration. I quite understand if you'd rather not relive those memories. No, I don't mind, really. Truth be told, a part of me was itching to tell you my tale. Mind you, it's hardly novel. I ain't the first to suffer at Imperial hands. Like most folk, I used to have a mother. She was a sweet, caring woman with a smile never far from her face. There was a sister too, pretty little thing. She was gentle as a lamb, but tough as nails. We were poor folk living simple. We're living simple lives, but we knew happiness just the same. Alright. Gotta go do errands real quick, be back within an hour. Okay, Clay. Okay, Clay. Talk to you in a bit. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then I'll do the squats. What? What? 5, 6. So hi Nox, how are you? And thank you for the water. And then when the Imperials came and took it all away, when the little amigo fell, they put my family in a camp. Being a lad, I was made to work hard labor, while my mother and his sister were forced to do far worse. They hid their suffering from me as best they could, but I knew, and the thought of it drove me mad. Mr. Todd, that's fair. Do you and Todd already have plans for seeing each other again, or nothing at the moment? We had to escape, and so I hatched a plan to get us out of the city. Nothing at the moment since you both broke. Ah, fair. We're picking our way around a gorge not far outside the walls when they caught up with us. And rather than allow themselves to be taken again, my mother and sister leapt over the edge before my very eyes. Heartbroken as I was, I didn't put up a fight when the Imperials clapped me in chains and dragged me back. It was some years after that I escaped again, and that time I got away. I swore then that I'd get revenge on the Empire and became an adventurer, so as to hone my skills and earn the coin I needed. But 9 on 2 decades has since gone by, and what have I achieved? Bugger all, that's what. Not like you lot. You ain't been here 10 minutes and you've already done more than I managed in 10 bloody years. You give us too much credit, Glomond. We seek only to rescue our friends. Well, what's more important than that? And any road after you've got your friends back, you're planning on going after the Empire and... You're going after the Empire, and don't pretend you ain't. I've helped a few folk take on the Imperials over the years, and every time I have, it's helped stave off my appetite for revenge. But someone tells me I won't be going hungry for a while with everything you've got planned. And you are sure that will satisfy you? If you wish to strike back at the Empire with your own hand, you need only say the word. We'll be glad to have you with us. Tempting though your offer is, I'm afraid I'm afeared I must decline. I swore I'd get revenge on the Empire, 'tis true. But I've long since realized that the front lines are no place for a man like me. Aye, there's some as would call me craven, but I prefer to think of myself as a realist. My talents lie in scheming, you see, not swordplay. Helping folks like you is how I can make the most difference. But that's quite enough storytelling for one day. Best not keep your friends waiting any longer. I'll be praying for your safety and success. May Ralgar give you strength. Hell yeah. Let's go. His eyes so empty. Whose? Wherever the Empire goes, misery inevitably follows in its wake. For the sake of all who call Eorzea home, we must put an end to Gaius' ambitions. Guy just ran off. That's fair. Yeah, the characters don't really have a lot of life to them yet. It gets better later. But first we have friends to rescue. Biggs, Wedge, and I will lie in wait east of Castrum Sentry, just outside the Stronghold's patrol perimeter. Join us when you're ready. Oh, and don't forget to wear your disguise. Or this one be one short rescue mission, and it will be the shortest rescue mission in history. Do you want me to show you a prime example that devastated me last night? Patty? Guess no, maybe so. Why are you there? Chocobo, wrong time to leave. Oh, magic vulnerability. That's fine. So close to get into space. Just can't get past 100,000. Ah. Forgive me for saying so, but you look rather fine in Imperial Black and Crimson. Definitely your colors. Yeah, you'll get there, demon. But now's not the time for jests. Yeah, it really does not suit Astra. Let's review the infiltration plan. Castrum Sentry lies just beyond. A short while ago, an Imperial patrol left to do its rounds. Alphino and I will create a diversion out here and keep them occupied for as long as we're able. Meanwhile, the three of you will enter the stronghold, posing as the patrol returning from duty. Should Alphino and I prove less distracting than hoped, we will contact you via Link Pearl. Be ready to beat a hasty retreat. Sounds good. Yeet! Wedge will lead the way in the Reaper. Stay close to him. And I hardly need to tell you this, but don't do anything suspicious. Oh, and lest you wonder, Ida and Y'shtola left shortly before you arrived. We had planned that they should linger in the vicinity to cover our retreat in the event that Alphino and I attracted too much attention. But the approach of an Imperial vehicle forced us to improvise. Don't be too disappointed. They did at least leave a message for you, something along the lines of, don't do anything reckless, if memory serves. Wise words. That was most likely Y'shtola saying. Ida would have been more so the like of, leave some for me. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. Alright, the Imperial Patrol should be returning any moment now. You best be off. Good luck, Astra. May the 12 keep you.
You have spirit. That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all, yourself. This echo of yours intrigues us. We desire only to understand it, and for that we need your help. You wish to be rid of the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning. Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it. Which will it be? As you wish, my dear Minfilia. Unpleasant though it will be for all concerned, you leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind as to deliver the prisoners to Castrum Meridianum.
Doesn't sound like she's opposed to getting beaten. It does really sound like it, yeah.
Yes, milady.
Yeah. I guess I can get back to my duties. These blades aren't going to move themselves, and neither are the prisoners come to that. Hi Ghosty, how are you? Nope. Nope. Wrong one. There we go. I didn't select him. Wait, what did he say? Officers constantly tell me that I have the sloppiest loot in all the Western lands. But I knew I'd say I finally met my match. Perhaps we could practice together. Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice you there. So engrossed was I in my task. You being engrossed too had the tribunus command you to arrange for the prisoners to be transported. What prisoners do I speak of? You mean you haven't heard? Only the infamous science of the Seventh Dawn, captured by the tribunus herself. If you don't believe me, have a look at the storage tower when you next passed away. Good. Not long ago, came back from the gym. Not much on a pile of sweet potato fries and chicken. Ooh, nice. That's a fine salute. Part of the maintenance crew from Occidents, are you? Welcome to Castrum Sentry, Engineer. What? Prisoners? Ah, you've heard the rumors then. Yes, they're being held in the storage tower, but I strongly suggest you pay them no mind. You were summoned here to work, not to gob at Eosia's defeated heroes. Now, show a bit of enthusiasm, or how have you reported? I'm good. I'm good. Greetings, comrade. Forgive me for asking, but you haven't visited the storage tower recently, have you? I only asked because I dropped something in there and, who am I fooling? I've fallen for one of the prisoners, alright? I dare say you know the one I mean. Eh? The svelte blonde? Goodness, no. Alala fell on last I'm smitten with. She's so adorable, it hurts. I want to sweep her up in my arms and squeeze her till my arms ache. What do you reckon? What do you reckon it would take to convince the Centaurian to lend me the key so I can see her? You do not lay a finger on Tataru, or I will break your arm. What's this? You need access to the storage tower. What business have you there? At the tribunal's behest, you say? That is highly irregular, but it would not do to make my lady wrath. Take my identification key. Say that it is returned when your errand is concluded. The Lala fell. that he's talking about, that he's fell in love with. That is Tataru. I'm saying, lay a finger on Tataru and I will break your arm. Security is tight, just as we expected. We're going to need a special key if we want to get past this bulkhead. Oh, I just so happen to have one. I also love how they just absolutely did not notice the symbol on it. You had a 2-minute delay. Ah. For how long, you do not know. Fair, fair. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but when you were saying that one guy's eyes just look empty, I was saying the cutscenes get better as time goes on. For example, like one of the cutscenes we watched yesterday just simply devastated me. It hurt so much. Ophelia and the rest. Thank goodness they're safe. In a good way or a bad way? You know what? I can just show you the cutscene after we're through this. I'm the one you want. Leave the others be. You harm my friends. I swear I shall take my own life. And you shall answer to your mistress. This is Tataru. And just, if anybody lays a finger on Tataru or hurts Tataru, they are dead. Tataru is one of the sweetest characters in this game. Yeah, they're called Lalafell. We're just letting the entire castrum over here. Aye, you're right. We may not get a better chance. This is the 3rd squadron. What is it? A Reaper? Seized when? And this came to light only now? The culprits have left a trail. Take as many men as you need and scour the area. I want that Reaper found. Now's our chance. Aye. What the? Strike my last. Eliminate the intruders. Try. I'm actually curious if it'll let me unbind them. Nah, it wouldn't. Oh, actually? Oh, it does. But you will interrupt me. That's fine. So actually, if I just kill you... Part of me actually wants to see Oriange fight for a change, so... Give me 1 second. You both will be okay. Because I don't think I've seen Oriange fight. Ooh, Amber Carbuncle. Okay. No. Boop. Because normally I wouldn't bother, but why not? More damage. And now perish. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I didn't even notice you. You, on the other hand, are exceptionally annoying. So please go away. I was wondering why they were so tanky. Nice. Huzzah! Astra, I was so scared. Tataru, it's okay. You're safe now. It was foolish of you to come here. You might have been killed. But thank you. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not arrived when you did. I say, did you not see Thancred anywhere? I'm beginning to fear for the fellow. To linger here shall yield us no answer. Let us away, ere the window of our liberty closes shut. What did you say? Escaped? Then recapture them! Fail and I shall have your head. Where's my water bottle? And what have we here? We have a Y'shtola. The Tribunus herself, just as you said. You have the eye of an Ahriman, Ida. Well, she's kind of hard to miss in that snowy white armor of hers. Cursed scions. How did you slip our defenses? With unexpected ease, if truth be told. There chanced to be a commotion outside the castrum's walls, which allowed us to avail ourselves to the comforts of your vehicle. Y'shtola is just being polite. It was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever stowed away in. It's no wonder it's called the Phantom Train. No passenger would be seen dead on it. So you scuttled amidst the freight, like the vermin you are. I shall be sure to have words with our rat catcher. Such negligence is unforgivable. That is far from your most pressing concern. First, you must answer for your own wrongdoing, Livia Junis. Livia Junius. 'Twas you who led the raid on the Waking Sands. You who butchered unarmed men and women for the crime of being unworthy of capture. You killed our friends. We'll never forgive you. nor shall we suffer you plague Eors here a day longer. Betake you to your guard. More intruders! Protect the tribunus! Confound it. Ida, with me! Hi! After them! Where is His Excellency? In the hangar, my lady. A discussion with our guest. Alert him at once. Yes, my lady. There they are. Fan out and surround them. Be okay, Tataru. Must protect Tataru. Biggs, I'm going in. See everyone to safety. No, Wedge! Don't do it! Oh. Oh no. Astra, hold them off. I'll look after Minfilia and Tataru. Oh yeah, you're invincible. Where's the first thingies? Move this way. Ow. Excuse you. Here? Yes. I'm actually impressed the Carbuncle survived. Right, I think... Wait, there's one back here. And there's one in the other direction. Actually, I might as well... Follow me! The other one should be back here. Yes. Yeah, because that'll finish them off, just putting arrow on them. Should target the lower health one first. There we go. Ow, I was out of that. It'll be fine. Ow. Ow! Excuse you? Alright, that one is gone. You need to go next. I need to move out of that earlier, because ow, that hurts. Oh, you healed yourself. Okay, he's dead anyway. Die! There we go. Actually, knowing what I'm doing makes this fight a lot faster. Well... we appear to be cornered.
Take the leader, kill the rest. What the?
Noise.
The Astola! Pray, forgive us our delay.
Bap. Bap. And bap.
Papalymo, Minfilia. Ida!
What took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see you too. The reunion must wait. Right. First things first.
We get some heads to kick in.
Yes, let's get back to being heavily outnumbered.
Since when has that stopped us? Hey,
You
Wedge.
ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell!
Well, excuse me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
I have to say I like their new voices more. Or at least I like Big's new voice more. Go, Maggie, go!
But there's no one in there.
This is Sid. Can you hear me? I need you to count to 5, then jump. Understood?
One, 2,
3,
4.
Yeet! Poor Maggie.
They know not which is more pitiful, the charlatans who rule Eorzea, or the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas. I see that which they cannot. This realm founders for want of a ruler with true power, the power to cast down icons. If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
Close one.
What in the 7 hells? Oh no. It's here.
12 preserve us. They finished it. Ultima weapon.
So it has a name.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagans used it to crush primal and foe alike. And now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Damn you, Gaius! Look! There! Beside the Black Wolf! An Ascian!
Yeah.
An overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
A very familiar one at that.
Habrea. It could only be him.
Hi, Thancred.
Thancred! He was La Habrea? No. No, this cannot be!
We have to go now! Hang on!
Because it isn't the whole truth.
Thancred! No!
Tis only La Habrea using Thancred's body. It's fine.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected. And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Ascians. How could I have been so blind? Small wonder the enemy knew our every move, and where to find us. Confound it all! No. No, this is not the time for self-doubt. The Alliance leaders staked their hopes on the Scions, but now they believe us all dead or missing. When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do. We must go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
Kryl, this is Minfilia.
The situation
I
may
am
have
in
taken
some
an
haste,
ill
so
turn.
forgive me if I seem brusque. The item I requested, is it ready? Wonderful! I'm sorry to press, but we need it urgently. How soon can it be delivered? I am in your debt, my friend.
What? I didn't listen to that conversation last time.
But the battle is far from over. And so long as we stand together, there shall ever be hope of victory. The people of Eorzea falter for want of such hope. Let us provide it. Let us bear to them the tidings that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are returned.
Like, there is a reason why they make an actual mention of it.
Matters are coming to a head. I hope we can count on you.
Because if it wouldn't be important, they would just animate her talking to somebody on Link Pearl, but wouldn't give her, like, wouldn't voice it. The fact they're voicing it means it's important. Or it has some implication.
My regards to grandfather. I am ready. Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
Let's take the Black Wolf and his new toy. Rally all available forces. I want them ready to move upon my word. and relay to Slafsern the order to sail. That is all. Slafferson. The Maelstrom stands ready. What of the flames? Ready as we're like to be. I need only to give the word to Royale. To Royale. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. Has there been no word from Ishgard? None. The dragons have got their tongues. Silent to the last. I was unwise to hope for better. What would steer the Archbishop to open his holy mouth if not this? And he claims to fury for his god. Just bad comedy. Yeah. The Holy See has made its choice. We will proceed without its cooperation. Nana Mo is also just another character that is just one of the sweetest characters there are. I believe we are all acquainted with the terms of the Black Wolf's ultimatum. We must agree upon a course of action. Not less than the fate of Eorzea hangs upon the decision of this council. Van Balsar claims to wield the power to smite primals. Should we yield to him, he pledges to rid the realm of its false gods. Yet offer resistance, and he swears that we shall share the primal's fate. Pardon me my bluntness, but I like not these choices. This is too great a decision for any one of our nations to make alone. Choose we surrender or resistance, so we must answer as one. For if but one surrenders, the rest shall surely fall. Let us pray for the wisdom to do the right by all our people. Thancred's plight troubles us all. Yet we cannot allow anything to come between us and our goal. As long as the ultimate weapon exists, Eorzea will never know peace. Let us go to the Alliance leaders, Astra, and help them make the right decision. What was pay tickets? Grim tidings, Astra. It seems the word of the ultimate weapon's existence has already reached the Alliance leaders, in the form of an ultimatum. They have gathered in the Fragrant Chamber and are deliberating their answer even as we speak. Beleaguered as they are, I fear they may well elect to lay down their arms in the belief that surrender will spare their people untold suffering. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. That which the Black Wolf offers will doom Eorzea, not deliver it, and the leaders must be made aware of this. Let us hurry to them, Astra, and ensure that they do not act in ignorance of the consequences. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. They very much wouldn't. They don't... They know the Empire well enough to not accept this bullshit. But us showing up there still simply hits the nail in the coffin. But yeah, after this, I'll switch over to my other character and play the cutscene that I was talking about. Because pain. You should have seen me last night. You should have seen. I was watching that cutscene. The second it went, the second it picked up what I was trying to tell, I was sitting here, jaw to the floor. Take this up with your router. Council of the Alliance leaders is presently in progress in the Fragrant Chamber. I must ask you that you step away from the doors, madam. I'm sorry. You're here on behalf of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. 1,000 pardons, my lady. Of course you may enter.
We keep treading the same ground.
Van Belsar's demands are clear.
I do very much like Merle Webb's old voice actress more.
Alas, our minds are not.
I've never been one to shy from a fight, but if this weapon of theirs can do all they claim...
It has been 5 years since the calamity, and
No, this is not the
have
cutscene.
scarce begun to rebuild their lives. Can we now, in good conscience, call upon them to risk what little they have left? I would spare them the pain of further conflict. Conflict, I say, though that would imply forces set in opposition. If the combined might of 3 primals could not stay Garlemald's new terror, what meaningful resistance can we offer? We who struggle to quell the foes who rise up within our own borders.
Long have we fought the primals, but to what end? We strike them down at no small cost, only for them to rise again and again. Are we to play this profitless game for the rest of days? I, for one, grow tired of it. Mistake me not. I do not propose to trade one tyranny for another. I love liberty. But conciliation need not mean oppression.
By the 12, though neither of you cried surrender, your every word betokened it.
Yeah.
Not that I deny there is truth in what you say, nor can I rightly claim that Ul'dah is ready to fight. Refugees flood our gates, and beastmen swarm our land, while the great and the good do nothing. My flames struggle to bear the burden. I put on a grand show at the Remembrance Service, made all manner of lofty promises. I've made good on not a bloody one.
Do not blame yourself, Rauban. You said only that which the people needed to hear. All present have done the same. Our citizens had become lost to hope. If our words serve to kindle it in them anew, better we speak than remain silent. Our enemy condemns us for failing our people. Yet what does he care for their well-being? While we labored to rebuild their lives, the Black Wolf built instruments of murder with which to end them.
Her Majesty speaks true. For all our failings, the people's well-being has ever been our foremost priority. While none among us ever doubted that the Empire would one day resume its war, we scarcely had means enough to solve the problems of the present.
Aye, which is why we look to others to safeguard our future. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Alas, they are gone, and the Black Wolf is at our door.
Though you are mistaken.
I fear you are mistaken.
Alfinord, Minfilia, and 7 hells. Master Garland?
I love Merle Whip. She is such a good actress.
And you, dear friend.
By Ralga, you're alive. All of you.
As we approached, I would swear I heard talk of surrender. But I know that cannot be. It is not the Eorzean way.
Hear me, my friends. Accepting the Garleans' offer to vanquish the Primals would be folly. Folly, I say. For might is not the answer to the primal threat. Indeed, the more the Empire exerts its strength, the worse matters will become. Primals enter this world when mortals call upon them, and mortals are wont to appeal to a higher power when they are desperate. Nothing is more certain to breed desperation in the beast tribes than the Garleans' proposed solution.
The true answer lies in a lasting peace. But the Garleans only know war and conquest. Should Eorzea fall into their hands, there will be such suffering as none can imagine.
We are not blind to the many challenges that each of your nations face. Yet you must not give in.
Remember 5 years ago when you wagered all for the sake of the realm? Remember what you fought for, what you were willing to die for. Let the memories rekindle the fire in your heart, for Eorzea has need of it again.
Come what may, we Scions will never give up the fight. And so I bid you stand with us, and together we shall safeguard the future of the realm.
A great man once said that a shrewd merchant grasps not for the quick profit, but invests in the future. Wise words, eh, Ralban?
Sid,
Your words stir and shame me in equal measure. How could I contemplate surrender? I know full well that all we have, we owe to the sacrifices of those who went before us. Yet the seeming hopelessness of our plight robbed me of my insight. We Gridanians have no love for war, yet we have still less for those who would threaten our homeland. Ever have we fought to protect those things we hold dear, and this shall never change. Gridania will go to war. We will fight the Empire for the sake of the realm and all who abide here.
At long last, I hear words worthy of a founder of the Alliance. Ralban, are we to be outdone?
I love this
I
cutscene.
lost one homeland. The thought of losing another had blunted my resolve. But no man knows better than I that if you want aught, you'd best be ready to die for it. With great danger comes the chance for great glory and great profit. We Uldans who have turned sand into gold know this well. How many times have we fallen into the pit of despair, only to have you pluck us out? I've fair lost count.
Reckless, the lot of you, like bloody pirates. Well, I won't waste my breath trying to talk you round, on account of being a pirate myself. And the pirate who shrinks from a challenge is no pirate at all. Those who would pick a quarrel with us must choose. Back down, or go down with all hands. Let the Garleans come. The united strength of Limsa Lominsa will be waiting for them.
If our realm is to be free of this pall of darkness, let it be by our own hands.
For Eorzea!
We must needs consider how the weapon may be brought to bear against us.
The Maelstrom will secure strategic points along the coastline.
In the meantime, the flames will deploy at...
Be at ease, my friends. You have banished our doubts. Pray leave the military matters to us, and retire to the waking sands. We will send word anon.
I like this cutscene. This cutscene is nice. I absolutely, like I was saying, I absolutely love Merlop's actress, though. She carries that role so well. But yeah, Patty, let me show you the cutscene that I was talking about that devastated me last night. Oh boy, that hurt. There we go. Hey, Patty, you here? Hey. Then let me get my in room. Hi Ghosty, you're about to witness suffering. That's the other one. First one.
Our power! How can this be?
Go play.
Fall back!
So, I just want to say, Harshaphon is one of my favorite characters. So, the Elizin with white hair. So the big guy on the right. He is one of my favorite characters thus far. Because he is absolutely amazing. He is amazing in everything he does. You'll see.
Father, please! For a mercy, we were not too late. Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Look out!
This hurts. He's such a good-hearted character. I swear I saw this and I sat here, jaw to the floor, refusing to believe what had just happened. I still refuse to accept this as reality. I still refuse to accept this as reality. We'll get to see more of him when I actually play through the story with Astra. But you can see it in the characters.
The wound is too deep. It refuses to mend.
You can see it in the characters how important he was to people. Because he is simply a good-hearted person. He is such a good-hearted person. He is always ready to help. He was always just there to help people and do good by people.
You are unharmed. Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of...
Like, you can see it in the character.
Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
Like, goddamn. This cutscene just devastated me yesterday. Like, that one hurt. That one hurt so bad. I was literally sitting here yesterday for like a solid 10 minutes after watching that cutscene, trying to process the fuck I just witnessed. And I refuse to accept this bullshit as reality. That being said, the Archbishop is a dead man. He is so beyond dead. And I will make it slow. I will make it very, very slow. He will suffer for that bullshit. I was considering to just actually just keep playing on with Astra, because we will get to see that cutscene again. And by that point, y'all will also be more acquainted with Haurchefant. But still, that cutscene just hurts. It just hurts. Or am I going Waking Sands? It just hurts. Hmm. 50-50 because doing space dwarf stuff. Fair enough. But yeah, no, it's just that cutscene is just pain. Ah, yes. Heard we're in the same trade. You're in better shape than me, though. A mishap at the Wanderer's Palace nearly dipped me in, but boy was it worth it. Calamity drained near half the water from Bronze Lake, and there it was, an ancient temple of Ashan. Or is it called a palace then? Beats me, I just went in looking for treasure. The treasure, me and my feller. It was like a dream, that's what it was like. The water hadn't done a thing. There were gold-framed mirrors, bright as the moon. We gazed upon ourselves within the chains of pearl, dancing on the floor of marble and malachite. Like a king and queen, me and my feller. A daring-do adventurer like yourself wouldn't say no to a chance like that, now would she? I accidentally clicked. Tell you what, go to the docks west of Camp Bronze Lake and talk to Abazini Karazi. Abazi Karazi. Used to be a boon companion of mine. He'll ferry you to the palace. Aye, he will. But yeah, no, that cutscene just hurt. Yeah, it just hurt.
I cannot well express my relief to think that the Alliance came so close to surrender.
Also, the further we get into the story, the more of the conversations will actually be voiced, which is really nice.
But the fire in their hearts has been rekindled, and they will fight to the last.
Which is nice.
This warmth inside. Did you feel it too, Grandfather? I would know something. Was that your power at work earlier?
Nothing of the sort. The leaders of Eorzea had lost their way. I merely helped them to find it again. Oh, hello. Yes, our party returned just a moment ago. How close are you? It's all right, Sid.
We must needs plan our next move. Pray continue liaising with your respective nations. Sid, would you be our man in Ul'dah?
I'll be whatever and wherever you need me to be.
We haven't a moment to waste. All right, let's do this.
Thancred's fate weighs heavy on my mind. I cannot bear to think of him in thrall to an Ascian. Mayhap you know this already, but the Ascians are immortal beings without physical form. Since time immemorial, they have fanned the flames of chaos from the shadows. That they might work unseen, the Ascians entrap and possess mortal men by means of malign artifacts known as crystals of darkness. One such crystal may yet be the key to saving Thancred.
Aye.
This is a crystal of darkness.
A mere replica, created using data obtained from anomalous crystals found across Eorzea.
It comes to us courtesy of the students of Baldessian, our distant allies.
Oh, that's the item she was requesting on the airship. Okay, that makes sense.
Even for an Archon, Thancred's talents are exceptional. We all had complete confidence in him. It was for this reason that none among us foresaw the danger in sending him to investigate the Ascians alone.
But he was already not in a good spot.
Thancred had been striving to fill the void left by Louisoix. Yet, it was plain that he was overtaxing himself.
And kicking himself for not being good enough.
Yeah, he would volunteer for everything and work till he was dizzy.
And the toll taken by his exertions made him vulnerable to Ascian influence.
The crystal that binds Thancred must be somewhere on his person. If we could but destroy it, his Ascian possessor would be compelled to relinquish control over him. You have proven the stoutest of allies, standing with us through thick and thin. Yet the most perilous struggle is still to come. For the sake of the realm, and Thancred, I ask that you lend us your strength once more. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. As I am sure you are aware, the realm was saved from certain doom 5 years ago by heroes known as the Warriors of Light.
But you can see the difference in between the effort that went into these cutscenes, because everyone is just kind of static. And like, compared to the cutscene that we just watched, the characters all have so much more emotion and interaction in the cutscene. Especially the player character.
What you may not be aware of is that your many feats in service to the Scions have prompted folk to make certain comparisons. I must confess, you do remind me of them. Yet remember this, however glorious the past, it is the hero's lot to be judged on the deeds of the present. A new darkness threatens the realm, and the people cry out for a savior. I believe that you are she, a warrior of light, here in the present, guided by the crystal's will. Come, my friends, let us fight to safeguard the future of our beloved Eorzea.
But yeah, like I said, you can definitely see that they're stepping up their game in the expansions. Which is to say, that is only from Heavensward, which is the first expansion after the base game. There's 3 other expansions after that. So, we still got hours worth of content. Damn it, it's level 50? No, 49. Alright, I need to do some leveling. because I basically haven't done any leveling on Astra. I've been just running story. So I'm see get us up to 50. Right. First of all, let's head back to Gridania. Camp Tranquil. But yeah, this is also one of the points where the story just starts picking up. And just really gains traction. Because shit's happening. A lot of work to get to the story, which sense. Your safe return heartens me, Astra. I can feel newfound power emanating from the garb I gave you. I trust that this stage of your pilgrimage was a success. Now that you have traveled the realm and seen the land as Master Atawa did, I would share with you the rest of his tale. The historians claim that Atawa Khan disappeared in the mountains of Ogomoro, the Cobalt Motherland. This is not untrue, but there is more to the story. When the Great Mage did not return from his journey, one of his most devoted students went in search of him. As the legends have it, the young mage single-handedly fought off veritable legions of kobolds while scouring the mountains for any sign of his master. Sadly, it was as all had feared, though young mage eventually... Got me with that one! God damn it! You got me with that one! Welcome back, Clay. God damn it. Though the young mage eventually found his master, Great Atawa Khan lived no more. Let me do the stretch real quick. Well, Clay, if you want to, I need to level up Astra a bit because I am level locked. So we can run some dungeons. As if the death of the man were not enough, Thuris, Atawa Khan's great staff, a mighty relic passed down by his ancestors, was lost to the shadows. Undeterred, the young mage fought off the kobold hordes to carry his master's remains back to the surface. A ceremony was held to honor Master Atawa's life and deeds, and urns housing his ashes were carried off to the far-reaching frontiers of which he was so fond in his living years. Hey. You thought it was broken for a second? What was broken? What was broken for a bit? Huh? All the urns, that is, except for one, yes. All the urns, except for one. Yes, though the precise location is unknown to only a few. Master Atawa also rests closer to home, here in the Twelfth Wood, not far from Proud Creek. You will find yet another monument to the Great Mage. Take with you this habit and pay your respects as before. If you keep pure intentions in your heart and your mind, then the healer's robe shall be your reward. All the way up in the North Shroud? No, I'm not gonna run there. Oh, the Redeem didn't come through on your side? Ah. Fair enough. Okay. Although I'm not necessarily bothered by background noise, so it's fine. That didn't hit me. I was out of that. Oh, I'm supposed to examine it. The grave has been defiled, and its contents appear to have been stolen. The power of Atar Khan has been lost here. Return to Camp Tranquil and seek counsel from Mariah or Senna. Oh. Oh. Well... that is a problem. Just a touch. Mm-hmm. The urn holding Master Atawa's ashes was stolen? This cannot be. Grave robbery is a damnable enough crime in itself, but what manner of scoundrel will dare defile the resting place of a Pajal? Rest assured that I will investigate this heinous crime immediately. In the meantime, your pilgrimage demands you travel to one last destination. The final leg of your journey will take you to the very place that Master Atawa drew his last breath. Ogomoro, the homeland of the kobolds in Outer Lenosha. It is there, in plain sight of the kobold dig, the student of whom I spoke did erect a monument to his fallen master. Alright. Another elf bites the dirt as you claim another pocket war crime for your own use. Oh no. What is the one up there? Outer Overlook, yeah. What war crimes are we committing this day, Patty? Oh yeah, I never changed my armor back. Oops. Yeah. I'm not changing the pants until I get a better robe. Back to Camp Tranquil. Because this is not getting expensive at all. Imagine a microwave but as a gun. Huh. I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Welcome back, Astra. The journey was not an easy one, I trust, and yet I knew that Master Tau would guide you safely back to me. In your travels, you have received the blessing of our great ancestor, and yet this was not the sole reason I sent you on this pilgrimage. Perhaps you sensed something in my intentions during your trip. Yes, Astra, as she who would inherit Master Tau's legacy, I wanted you to truly walk in his footsteps. To see the realm, in both its beauty and its suffering, with your own eyes, as the great mage did so long ago. Yet it is strange, no? A pirate's lair, a rampant jungle, mountains of fire. Of all the hostile environs to which you journeyed, the single grave despoiled that was that which rests right here in our first home. Oh. Well, I suspect this was the handy work of no witless grave robber, but rather someone who knew all too well the value of that which was buried within. We must uncover the truth behind this crime and return Master Tau's ashes to the rightful resting place. And quickly. You are with me, yes? Yes. Grave robbery is a loathsome enough crime in its own right. But to defile the final resting place of a Pajal, such an act could only be performed by the lowliest of bandit scum. Though I would like to think that the elementals have already delivered due justice to the villain, you must take no chances in allowing an escape. Whilst you were away, I put my best Moogle on the hunt, searching for any sign of the culprit or the stolen remains. I dare say he should have a clue or two for us by now. At least he better, if he values that little ball in his head. Suffice it to say, though many Forest-born think of the Moogles as blessed, my own personal experience has found them to be more touched than anything else. Well then. Oh, mistress, you shouldn't say such hateful things. It's most unbecoming of a seat-seer, Kupo. But fine, don't listen to me. Why, I told her just the other day that this is why she remains... I told her just the other day, this is why she remains, shall we say, unspoken for. Tell Cat to go to sleep? Why? Cat have to be up early in the morning? She might not react to that phrasing at present, but her ire was indeed fierce, Kupo. Cat, you can go to sleep and just leave me on in the background. Of course, you have not to come to discuss my mistress's temper, but the grave robbery, a most unforgivable act of villainy, if I do say so myself, which I believe I just did, Kupo. I'm pleased to say, and you will be pleased to hear, that the culprit did not escape Moogle eyes, Cupo. Well, my eyes, he did escape. My associate, Puknopoki, however, claims to have seen a bandit of ruffians skulking off in the direction of Red Belly Hive with various and sundry stolen goods in tow. Among them, a rather conspicuously elaborate urn. I do not know what the Red Bellies are up to, but surely it can be nothing good. Please, Astra, go quickly. If the urn is lost, I fear Ryo's ire will be the least of my worries. Yeah, she seems pretty pissed. Hi. I just need to come see if you have something of mine. Oh, can I not get in there? Really? Those thieving crooks, those crooked thieves, defiling the resting place of a Pajal. By no amount of thrashing, lashing, and bashing would suffice. Why, if it isn't the lovely white mage Kupcha Koopa spoke of, and not a moment too soon. Well, I was just about to swoop in and give them their comeuppance myself. Now that you're here, however, I believe I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Those vile red bellies tossed the urn onto some ramshackle wagon, a most ignoble fate for a Pajali legend, I do declare, and carted it northwise toward their hive. You will retrieve it safe and sound, won't you? I will. Don't you worry your little ball. Deal with you first, because you have the lowest health around here. Right, urn recovered. Back we go. Up here? Apparently not. Thank you, Astra. The remains of our exalted forebearer hauled away by brigands like a sack of loot. Is that what our land has come to? There can be no doubt. It is the Great One's fury that brings such chaos to the Twelves Wood. The situation is grave indeed. I shall have our wood whalers deal with the red bellies. We have more important matters before us. And yet I fear we have hit another snag. Though the urn has been safely recovered, the harsh treatment it suffered at the hands of the bandits has taken its toll. Uprooted from its proper resting place, the power of Atar Khan, once housed within, has grown dim. I shall return the urn to its rightful home. Perhaps over time it will return to its former state. And yet I fear time is a luxury we do not have. We must explore other means to enchant the ritual garb. I will consult with my brother to see what knowledge he might have to offer. In the meantime, I would ask that you master your newfound skills as best you can. There's no telling when the Great One's fury might grow too strong to contain, and you must ever be prepared. Nice. Finish Season 1 of SAO in 2 days. Fair. Season 1 is not that long, but yeah, nice. Right. Yeah, 25 episodes, but they're also only like 30-ish minutes long, right? Sword Art Online. It's an anime. Sword Art Online, the anime. It's a really good anime too. Right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we can start running dungeons.
Okay. Yeah, you could send invite whenever. That's all the side quest done here.
You're right. I am muted. Thank you. But yes, you're right. I don't stick to normal sleeping schedules. That is very true.
That's one thing I do have that's normal.
Up, roll it, and boop.
I love how instant Qs are when you're a healer or a tank.
It's just like have either of them in your party and Qs are instant. Don't stick to any sleeping schedules. Fair enough. The sing? No, the sign.
We'll probably close this out now.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a pain.
It's fine. Just
Aurum Vale is healing nightmare.
Yes, but as long as everyone is fair and with
Oh look! A Dark Knight!
I totally did it I did it out of spite. It's fine, I'm not gonna go two-handed.
Hey.
Those are reasonable ones in the pack. Somewhat.
Our DPS is very inclined on killing themselves.
Yeah, that's on them.
You don't have your increased enmity.
Right. I was about to say, like, I'm not getting
I was about to say, I'm getting attacked an awful lot.
We were fine.
My mana isn't.
Fine. It would help if I also. To be honest, it's been actually forever since I've played tank.
Huh?
It's been forever since I've actually played tank.
Fair enough.
I mostly play healer or DPS nowadays.
Yeah, that's fair. Or a DPS is dying.
Oh, because these things, they aggro these things. I purposely didn't even go over there.
Oh, they rezzed already. Okay.
You're fine, just don't go over there. Good. I had to make
Oh,
sure
hey, my
that
lurk
he
command is broken. Ah, well. Right, Ghosty, have a good night. you know, I stay over here.
Yeah, I would too. Poison.
Yep.
Poison and poison. Oh, I love early dungeons where you can actually stun the mini bosses. Oh, good times. I don't have my stun anymore. So the golden rule is
3 cleanse.
Yeah.
Two is manageable. Healers can probably go to heal at 2.
Just depends on how low they are. Because if a healer dies, then everything's just screwed eventually.
Yep. And if the other 2 don't want to cleanse, they're going to die as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know why. Also, I'm at 4. I was so focused on the fact that Dancer was literally sitting there with 3 and just not doing anything.
Dancer's just kind of like, I'm fine.
That's fine.
This is okay. Although you were able to mostly just tank through it.
Yeah. It got to the point where I started noticing how much damage I was taking. I was like, oh wait, that's
Wait a minute, this isn't right.
Okay, this one I don't care if I'm gonna pull this much because these things die super easily.
Yeah, these things just kind of pop.
Go blind, come over here, please. Thank you.
This dancer is really inclined to just die.
Yeah, they're throwing themselves at the enemy and hope it works.
It hurts them, yes.
I don't think they realize they're playing a DPS. I think they're just tank autopilot, be like, oh, I'm gonna throw myself.
Apparently.
Alright, I don't have my other thing.
Hope the dynamites are aggroing me. There you go.
Where the heck is this? Oh, there he is. Okay, I was wondering why that one wasn't. Hey, you know what? I just realized it was a mistake. No. I already have that.
Hey, seedling. I'm pretty sure I have it already, though.
It doesn't give it to you if you already have it.
I'm pretty sure you can still roll on them, even if you have it. You just can't roll need on them, I think.
No, you actually just get denied.
Because I'm pretty sure Dragon had 2 of them and chucked 1 into the company chest.
Well, it might be because some of the minions, they could show up in dungeon chests just normally.
Yeah.
And not up to a queue. Like there's the slime one that literally shows up in one of the chests guaranteed, and you can get multiple of those. Because it doesn't really go to... It doesn't go to the loot table, it goes to whoever opens the chest. So I imagine that's what it would be. But I could be wrong. I'm already up against the wall. What more do you want?
What is that with with overly confident tanks not dodging AoEs?
Ow. I mean, it's not like I just take like 5 of those.
At the very least, you don't pop, yeah. Because unlike most Dark Knights, you seem to be knowing what you do.
Yeah, just we're not all Dark Knights are how do you say, reckless to the point of a fault.
I'm not sure how this Densa keeps getting hurt.
He's like he's up with the ninja, just in their face.
I mean,
I don't understand them.
I mean, I do that with Dancer as well when there's like a bunch of enemies because I just use the AoEs.
Well, yeah, but you can use the AoEs from a distance and still hit them. Or at least
They have a little bit of distance, yeah.
Like, he was quite literally in the center of it.
I mean, that makes it easier to hit them, granted.
Yeah, but you know, puts you in a weird spot. Come on, you can do it. No, he's dead. Never mind. Why is the freaking ninja going? Oh wait, no, these are the Jedi.
Yeah, the seedling pods, if they're dead, they're dead.
I thought he had like the normal seedlings.
Well, I have them on me.
Oh, that was the wrong button.
Oops.
I didn't mean to do that. I forgot to have that bound of... Oops.
There's also no cast timer.
Yeah, it's instant. It's not like any of the other ones. And also, I'm very low.
I'm working on it. I wasn't paying attention.
I don't blame you, because I wasn't either.
I mean, my health isn't much better, because I wasn't paying attention.
I was more so just distracted by the fact that that's quite literally just... instant cast.
It can be useful.
Yeah, very, very selectively. And not in the middle of something that was perfectly reasonable. I'm just... See, this is the problem having all the different classes of the same thing. When you jump it back and forth between them so much, you have different layouts.
Yep. Yeah, I feel that.
This is honestly the first one that I've had the Control E is the only change because you know I'm not here.
But yeah, no, I feel that, especially when you're switching between like a mage and a melee class.
Yeah.
Because you're switching from combo to just spells.
Well, even like switching from mage to mage could be annoying because you can have like your staples there that you just get switched around.
I can see that being a problem with like Red Mage and Thaumaturge.
Yeah, because it's like you have the staple ones and then you
Yeah.
have them all over the place.
Yeah, with Thaumaturge I can see that being a problem.
You not be over the puddle, thank you. Is it bad? I'm kind of... Also, why does the dancer already have 2 stacks?
Actually, that is a fantastic question. How does the bad dancer have 2 stacks? Actually, no, the ninja has 2 stacks.
Oh yeah, that's ninja. Okay.
How?
I don't know.
Oh, I just noticed.
I am so debuffed.
Working on it. How many debuffs do you have?
Everything. Bad breath is a drug. Not a good one. Alright, we're fine again.
This has so much to do with Scholar. Scholar makes this a lot easier.
Oh yeah, but it's the range healing. Okay, now I got a better question. How does he have 3 stacks?
Well, we all got an extra one, so... Wait, actually, the dancer now has 3 stacks. The dancer has 4. What? The fuck is happening? I need to get the stacks off. Don't die on me.
This thing is weak. Oh, I think it's the pods.
Did the pods give 1?
Because I am at 2 now, and I got hit by one of the pods.
Huh.
Yeah. Oh wait. I'm gonna upvote the ninja solely because it didn't die.
The dancer was just inclined to kill themselves.
It was their birthright apparently. Yeah, 71. I actually had a level 71 equipment. There you go. But then that ruins my look. Oh my god, yeah, that ruins my look. Okay,
Instant! Instant Q times go burr.
It's literally, anytime you have a healer or an tank in the same party, it's instantaneous.
Would you believe me if I told you, like 2 weeks back, we saw that the leveling duty roulette, the trial duty roulette, and the 50 plus dungeon roulette had DPS demand.
Oh man, I'm gonna love it here. That was never a thing. That was never a thing.
It's like all DPS ceased existence.
The only one that we had that was DPS like in need was quite literally the one that had 15 DPS in comparison to 6 healers and the tanks.
Oh, like trial.
And the alliance raids.
Yeah, like the
those,
big alliance raids. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that makes sense for there to be that much of demand.
Like that I also usually see DPS missing, but like that was like a one-off occurrence. I was like, what the fuck happened to all DPS?
I forget where. Okay, right.
Oh, I don't have regen. I don't even have cure 2.
We downgraded.
We very much downgraded. Also, I saw one person was saying they're new to Arcanist. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's not that hard. You just pass the spell. Especially at this early level.
Yeah. I think the most fun I had was I was just running leveling dungeons on my Dragoon. Oh yeah, wrong way. I was running leveling dungeons on my Dragoon, and I got Sastasha, and I had a full newbie groove. So just mentoring them through the dungeon.
Oh yeah,
that was so fun.
Having to do that with a full party is a treat.
It was like they were just a pre-made 3-man that were just running their first time through Final Fantasy. It was a blast mentoring through that. They were great.
Those are like the best kind of people.
Yeah. I mean, I also have one when they were when, like, the Mughal tombstones were a thing. Recently, I had one group that I met doing Castro Meridianum, and like in between each cutscene, the 3 of us would just sit there and chat. Just casual chit chat, talking about our other characters and roleplay and whatnot. It was great. It was honestly one of the most fun groups I've run into. Just chit chat in a way like, hey, yeah, you want to add later?
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Just one more.
The most that I could say I have for that is when the cutscenes, when the Praetorium was all one level. And there was a time when you would do roll queue for a main scenario, and that's what people would get, because it was one of the only few main scenarios. And that made that dungeon last pretty much like 45 minutes. Not because of like anyone playing that, because of the cutscenes. It was a string of unskippable cutscenes.
I also know there was a time where you used to be able to skip them, but not like people would just run along, and by the time you're done watching the cutscene, everyone else had cleared the dungeon.
There's no in between.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm super glad they cut them off into little.
Yeah, I don't really mind it being in 2 separate quests.
If it just makes it a lot easier, because when you get like where you have to fight the ultimate weapon, it's really just the ultimate weapon fight plus the cutscenes after that. It's not like all the ones before, which you know, the memes of such devastation.
I mean, that cutscene still is there.
It is there. It's just no longer in a 45-minute reel.
Alright, you go blow up. Nobody died, all limbs attached, cool.
I got interrupt.
Can you interact with it with them attacking you? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
I should probably heal you.
Responsible tank.
Normally, when I run this dungeon, I'm usually the one that hits all the chains. Unless somebody beats me to it.
Yeah, it's always preferred to have like one of the DPS do it. Or they're not, they're running ahead anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, worst case scenario, they could just...
Halatali Horde is a blast, especially when you're running with a group that doesn't know the dungeon.
oh yeah, because it just... I cannot get over the amount of dungeons in the early stages of the game that have the... Oh, just warp back to the beginning of it, instead of walking all the way back. Because you would be surprised at how many level 50 and below dungeons there are that you have to warp back to the start of the dungeon to progress.
Oh boy.
It's like 4 to 5, which doesn't seem like a lot on its own, but considering just that 4 out of the 5, it would just be easier to warp to the beginning and then go through there. So
I brought you my friends.
Well, one of them's already dead.
I can't target the other lightning sprite. Die. God damn it.
Okay, there it goes.
It wouldn't let me target it.
Puppy Python. But yeah, that dungeon is just forever memed because of it. Because of the
Yeah,
cutscene.
that's fair. That's
It's
fair.
Like, people quote even like when it's not the. Can you let me do the chain, please?
No.
Python, thank you. But it was like such devastation. Speak plainly, Ashton.
I mean, it's also just whenever he puts up Garuda's shield, everyone is just sitting there munching cookies, eating apples, drinking tea.
I do love how Infra got screwed over in the new one, the new variant of it, because like, you have, what's his name? You have, why am I blanking on the Earth guy's name?
Whose name? Over here, over here, over here, over here.
Oh, right.
Garuda, Ifrit, and Titan.
Titan, yeah, Titan. Titan's the one I was thinking of. Titan's like they trap you in like the
rock prison, yeah.
And then Garuda, he just gets a infinite barrier. And then you have Ifrit, who just makes the floor lava, but he's not immune.
Is he not?
No, you could literally hit him during that phase. It's so sad. Oh wait, right.
Yeah, just pull it as far away so we get more time hitting it. Ow, that's gonna hurt. Oh well. It didn't really hurt.
Maybe you're the tank after all.
I do have a shield.
You have more than me then.
That is true.
I just have a giant sword that I swing around.
Perish.
I see, like, oh, I take it back what I said earlier, because they actually did add. This was one of the dungeons where you would warp to the beginning. You would like use a return skill to get back here.
Does that even work in here?
It does. It takes you to the start of the dungeon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No need to do that anymore though, because they actually gave you like portals to the next area. But they actually had to go back and add that because the longest time people were just like, "Oh, well, why can't we progress?" And it's like you have to return. You have to go back to the beginning.
Fair enough.
It was very confusing, to be fair.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Just leave the bombs in there. We'll make a cool getaway exit. Alright. Big brute.
Right.
Die. Okay, don't die.
Now he can die.
This boss is quite literally just red light, green light.
Yeah.
Red light.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Now his hands are on fire. Now I am on fire. I
thought my AoE would go further. Nice.
What level are you currently?
Close to 50.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I could definitely tell this is a healer.
Huh?
I could definitely tell this is a healer. I looked
Ooh,
at your
what?
search info, and literally the only two classes that show up are White Mage and Conjurer.
Oh, yeah. I haven't touched anything else.
Well, you have touched Weaver. Weaver has level
Yes,
12.
Weaver. But that is about the extent of it.
And that's literally all there is to it. That's funny.
That is what I have made this character for. Oh, Aurum Vale.
Alright, well. This should be interesting to see if this group's any better.
At least we have one ranged this time. Actually, no, we did have a ranged last time as well, but hopefully this ranged acts like a ranged. Currently, they're the one dying.
I think that's...
Yeah, there's a mushroom.
Yeah, that's the one thing I always forget. I think every tank does. It's just to put on their stance after every dungeon.
Does it reset every dungeon?
It resets every dungeon.
Yeah,
it's annoying. Toad just lived. Oh, I have my full combo, okay.
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness.
I've got things on me. Oh god.
What have you known that time?
Oh,
it
I'm out of
wasn't me
mana. I'm out of mana.
That time it wasn't me.
Well, being out of mana is not great.
So, if you just stick to the wall, you don't have to worry about the middle ones.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... I wasn't watching my mana.
At least that giant toad isn't there anymore.
I was very much not watching my mana.
Or actually, like, anything's. okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the machinist guy. You got spotted. Just like, I think that guy just shot that one.
I have no clue.
Because no one was even near the vicinity of those two. And yet they come across the map. Yeah, we're good.
Lunasulpix fucking subpar is nothing else. Well. Gigabyte download estimated time 8 hours. 21. Yeah, fuck that.
Oh, I still had it. I still had the gold thing from.
Oh.
From me. I just noticed it go away on my little feed. I was like, oh.
Oh, oops.
Oops. Is that scorpion stuck for anyone else? Okay, no.
It appears to be.
I got its aggro pretty early, and it
Yeah,
just
I saw it aggroing, but it just didn't move.
It was literally walking in place.
I didn't see it walking in place. I just didn't see it move. It was like, I'm gonna get you eventually.
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 Alright, well, we killed the father, so now there's only the 2 boys left.
Casually sorting through loot while healing. It's like, I don't need this. Could probably use this. just occasionally tapping too.
It's just like all of a sudden all of our health goes down to help.
It's just like, I am perishing over here.
Oh, look at that chest.
I mean, at least not as bad as the DPS healer.
Oh my god, literally the day 1 of me playing this game with our group that we had queued up to a healer with a random healer, and he literally was a melee healer. He was a level 10 white mage, and he ran up to every enemy and was meleeing them with their normal attack damage. And it was something. It was depressing because we would end up. Oh, he died. I know he didn't die to anything because of me. I am only responsible for myself. That's a thing, player.
Yeah. You're responsible to keeping yourself alive.
One of these days, he's gonna like crit me or something with that attack, and I'm just gonna.
Can bosses crit?
I don't know, but if there would be a boss to crit, it would be him. With how much I stay in his 100-ton swipe.
He's just like, die! There we go, level 50.
Nice. Why use your first action to hit me? I didn't do anything to you yet.
Yeah, I can't heal you fast enough.
I was literally a millisecond away from being able to. Doing that.
I'm not running out of mana, not at all. This is fine.
This is fine. Well, I'll wait a second, because... Oh wait, no. It's a shortcut. Everyone's here?
Yep, everyone's here.
Okay.
I need to recover my mana for a second.
Oh yeah.
It should be okay, though.
Yeah, I have this, so I'll be fine.
Our monk also seems very prone to running into spells.
I'm just running.
Or is that just me?
I'm like running into the AoEs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed it too. Well, I noticed it when he ran into the Cyclops' like circle, like the really obvious circle.
Oh yeah.
He really
that's when he died.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he died from it. I just know that he ran
I
into
assume
it.
that is when he died.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't go through. The holy was a little bit ambitious. I'll admit that.
I was about to say, just see
God.
the little casting holy over there.
Shh, ow. Well,
Oh, bro. Surprisingly, we're doing better with the dancer.
I'm experimenting. I am very much experimenting.
Experimenting on their teammate's life.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Not directly, but you know, you know.
You are the decoy after all.
That's true. I guess I kind of put myself up for it, huh? It's like, hold on, let me try out this new Helix spell. I promise there won't be any side effects. I mean, I'll take a Helix spell because I need a Helix spell. Okay, I grow a third arm.
I mean, an extra arm to swing your sword. More power behind it. It's a healing spell and empowering.
Yes and no.
I'm just trying to find a nice application for holy, and I can't really see any. Because its cast time is too long.
Yeah, it's good once you, it's good in the scenario where, like, someone's tank pulling, and you can do swift cast stun. Just to, like,
Oh
stop it for a minute.
That could work.
Just be aware that when you do that, it's gonna cast the holy where you're standing, so if you're running and you do
Yeah,
it,
you need to cast it standing still, because
it will be
otherwise
right
it's gonna
behind
be
you.
further back.
Yeah, I'll be behind you.
I really like our monk's outfit though.
Which? Oh, that outfit. Don't worry.
Looks really nice.
Get it. All I'll say is you get it for free at some point.
Oh, is it from the veteran rewards?
No, it's a...
No?
No.
Fair enough.
It's just...
Ow? Why did I get 4 back? I just cleansed 3. Oh, they didn't cleanse immediately.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah. Also, yeah, I can't confirm when those things explode, they give a.
It's the boss spitting at you that gives you a stack.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
Well, now you got the
level 50 main quest.
Yeet.
And also your white mage.
You can do your level 50 white mage quest too.
Yeet. Which I shall do right now.
And while you do that, I need to go out to the car.
Okay.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I just have to get it. So, there are worse habits to get into, for 100%. But, you ever feel like someone has an addiction to water?
No?
Well, I feel that way with my mother. She drinks like 7 a day.
7 what?
Water bottles a day.
Of how much?
Water bottles, I don't really know the liter off the top of my head.
Well, if they're like small water bottles, that's a different story.
No, they're like the decent sized ones.
It's just like the one I have, I think is 1.5. No, isn't. 75. 75 milliliters. Or 750.
I could check once I carry a case in, because that's been like my job every other day is freaking a new case of seal water bottles.
I usually drink like 175 milliliter bottle, but I also drink a lot of tea.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm totally cool with it, but lately it's been a thing of like she's been pushing me to drink that much water as well, and it's like I already drink sparkling water. I drink like a good amount of sparkling water. I drink a good amount of sweet tea, pretty much exclusively. So it's like I think I may make up that margin.
Yeah, that's about the same that I drink. It's just sparkling water and tea.
Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back.
Alright, talk to you in a sec. Forgive me, Astra. Brother and I have considered every possibility and attempted every incantation at our disposal, but I fear the task of completing the enchantment has proven beyond our abilities. No living Padral, not even our sister, possesses such power. Without the blessing of a Tower Khan, there is nothing we can do. With the ashes returned to the rightful resting place, a Tower Khan's spirit will return. Surely it's only a matter of time. Look around you, sister. Open your eyes and ears. Time is one thing we do not have. Arun? The fury of the Great One mounts with each passing moment. It will not be contained much longer. No, the time for waiting is long past. Now is the time for action. But Astra's guard. The enchanting is not yet complete. The situation is far from ideal, yet we have no choice. We must trust in Astra's power to do what we can. Do I hear you right, Arun? Why, it was not long ago that you objected to Astra's very presence at the ritual. I may be stubborn, sister, but I am no fool. I have witnessed Astra's abilities with my own eyes. There can be no doubting that she is a mage of the white, one as worthy as you and I. Arun, if you would place your trust in Astra so, I see no reason why I should not. Very well, let us hasten for Evershade. Well. Off we go! Yeah. Can't be bothered. Oh yeah. Ugh. Why does this have to be such a slow interact? Well. The Great One's rage is too strong. I cannot reach him. Stay focused, Arun. If we fall, who will rise to take our place? But sister, the force itself turns against us. If we can only reach the Great One, his minions will relent. Cast away your worries and focus on your mind. Focus your mind on the ritual. And strong, Astra. Are you going to let some overgrown shrub ruffle your feathers? Hello? Who may you be? And the two of you, don't you have a ritual to perform? Do my eyes deceive me? Oh. Well then. 'Tis no time for chit-chat. Ryo, Arun, Astra, focus your energies on the Guardian Tree. We must quell the Great One's fury, dispatch its minions, and resume the quieting. Well then. Heal! Heal! Oh wait, yeah. That doesn't work. Oh, wrong button. I trust they can keep care of themselves. Ow. Ow? I don't even know what hurt me. I can't even heal for this much at a time. Hey, we did it! Now, focus your powers on the Guardian tree. If only it was that quickly before. Is it over? Great One's anger abates. You have done well, my children. Master our tower, we could truly live. Live? Not as you would define the word. Mayhap at the heart of Astra here, whose strength I borrowed to join you. It's a miracle. It may very well be, or perhaps the Mother Crystal heard this old soul's wish. I lived a long and fruitful life, but when I drew my last breath in Ogomoro that day, I did so with one profound regret, that I would pass from this realm without finding a worthy inheritor to bequeath my knowledge in full. My spirit left my lifeless body to abide in this soul crystal, and with the hope that one day it would find its way into the hands of my successor. For years my consciousness slumbered in the darkness, until I met Astra. From the moment you took my crystal in hand, I knew, Pajal or no, I had at long last found one to whom I could truly pass on my knowledge. Master Atawa. The power of the crystal grows faint. 'Twould seem my all too brief sojourn here has come to an end. Farewell, Astra of the White. Farewell, my children. I leave my forest home in your capable hands. Master Atawa has left us. And yet by his power, and that of his successor Astra, the Great One's fury is quelled and the 12's wood is safe. Though Master Atawa traveled the world, no doubt his heart always remained here. The forest home he loved. He waited for us. Why, brother, for once you almost sound wise beyond your years. Strange, is it not? Perhaps I have finally learned something from you, dear sister. As I could learn something from you. As I could learn something from you, Arun. Your pride as a Pajal, your deep respect for a past. These are traits to be admired. The same can be said for Master Atawa's liberty. Yes, I believe there is a place for both beliefs among our kind. The road was a long and winding one, but at long last our work is done. Let us return to Camp Tranquil. Why can't I just walk? Oh, are you actually gonna transport me back? I doubt it. Thought so. Like, I'm literally walking back with you in the cutscene. Just transport me back. Just making me walk for no reason. To meet Master Atawa in the flesh! Well, not flesh, perhaps. I'm still shaken from the experience and from the pure joy of seeing peace return to my forest home at last. I'll be forever grateful to you, Astra. I am honored that we were able to heal the wood together. I speak not only for myself. My brother has expressed the same sentiments were Master Atawa here, I'm sure he would say the same. Though, perhaps, he is still here in some form. Behold, the final piece of your garb now pulses with his ancient power. Yes, there can be no doubt that Master Atawa intended this as his parting gift to you. Take it and wear it with pride, Astra of the White. Before we part, I would bestow unto you a present of my own. By the ancient powers vested in me as a seed seer, I bestow upon you the greatest incantation known of our kind. May you ever heed the will of the elementals and use it in wisdom and compassion. Phew, I have not given to formalities, I swear. I'm not given to formalities. I swear I do not know how my sister manages. In the short time I have known you, Astra, you have grown into a fine white mage. I'm honored to call you my peer. Until, use your powers in moderation and let compassion be your guide. I have no doubt that you will bring succor and solace wherever your journey takes you. Oh. Yes. This concludes the story quest for A Realm Reborn. Oh, yes. Now I can whole thing. Also, actually, I can just use this because that one's gonna be even higher one. E. There we go. And I've got a cane back. Even though it... Why? Why are you like this? I hate it. Ah! Ah, whatever. Alright. With that though, I do believe I am going to call it for today. So, let's see who we are gonna... Beeps is playing Dark Souls. You know what? Let's say hi to Beeps. Then, happy you guys enjoyed the stream today. I thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to follow if you haven't yet and you want to stay updated with stuff that happens here. Otherwise, check out the Discord server. I will ping there whenever I'm going live next, and as well as if anything else should happen. And last but not least, make sure to check out the YouTube page for VODs from previous streams. This one will be going up 24 hours after the end of this stream, so roughly around midnight tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see you guys there. Make sure to copy our rate call, and go show Beeps where you came from. And I'll see you guys there. Have a good night. Bye-bye.